Okay, good morning guys. So picking up with some sculpting again. I had to cancel yesterday's stream at short notice, so apologies for that. I had an urgent job pop up, and if I tell you about it I'm going to have to kill you all, so it's proper hush hush. So hope everybody's well this morning though. Back onto the Descent into Avernus Sculpts. Morning Kev, how are you doing sir? So today we're doing the we've done Halfling Baker last time with his little bastard of an imp trying to con him into giving him his soul in exchange for a bit of food. And then today we're going to do a human blacksmith and an incubus. So tidying gold trims for a shade bath. I assume you're talking about models, mate, not not a little bit of a, I want to say vajazzling, but it wouldn't be vajazzle for you, would it? That's just where my mind's gone this morning, sorry mate. A pajazzle? Is that still a thing? What are you trimming up, mate? There you go, you can see how small these guys are. These are the halfling and the imp. The imp's about 10mm and the halfling's about 20. World Eaters commission, eh? Nice mate, nice. I've got one of the big World Eaters to paint. I have the McFarlane ones. Got him on my desk. Just going to find time to do it. What am I doing? No, mate, honestly, I've got too much going on at the moment. Let me show you the latest one. I can't remember if I sent you a picture of this actually, but Max sent me some photos. I'm starting to get very excited about it all. So we've got this going on. So our Crystal Collapse game, all mocked up, ready to rock. So this is what we'll be getting when it comes through to Kickstarter. So we get the game box. We've got a bunch of models. The models will be a separate thing. I'm still not sure whether we're adding the models into the box as standard or if we're going to be adding them as a secondary option. We were talking about the cheers, Kev. We were basically talking about, initially we were saying about putting like cardboard standees in the box and keeping the entire box contents as like cardboard printed stuff so it can come from the one manufacturer. But obviously we want to include these 8 models in the core box, but we're going to be doing them 3D printed, which means that we're going to have to get the high quality 3D printed models into the manufacturers before the boxes can be sealed. So it's going to add complication to the whole thing if we do that. So I think we're going to I think we're probably going to keep it as 2 separate boxes just so we can package up the miniatures as a separate thing. So we're talking about £30 for the box of the box game, and I think we're talking £40 RRP for the minis box. So for the Kickstarter, we'll probably be reducing that by a touch anyway. It might be a bit more than that. We've got to get the final production quote in and just see what we're dealing with. But yeah, this is it. This is what the game looks like. So we've got the mines. We've got some pillars. We've got some standing kind of elevations to play across. A couple of decks of cards with custom card art you can see, and then the character cards. The character cards aren't essential, they're not critical. We're actually working it on a roleplay basis, so the characters can like level up, gain new skills, improve their stats, get weapons and equipment and things like that. So we're actually going to be giving you a roleplay kind of like a roster, so you can like log your characters down on your roster and kind of refer to that when you're playing. So this is like a quick play for casual gaming, but the actual offering for the game will be more like pulling together like a Mordheim warband or something like that, where you know, a Necromunda warband. So it'll work a little bit differently, but very, very pleased with that. And Max has been working on some of the terrain for the board for it. So we've got some building he's made, we've got some other bits and bobs he's done on his laser cutter, and then he's cut the terrain out with a wire cutter, scored the grid into it. So he's just still working through it, still adding to this and kind of getting it textured up and stuff, but so far it's all looking very good, and I can't wait to see the models on it. There we go, in all its sexiness. Right, and without further ado, oh mate, do you know what? I still owe you your head, don't I? Shall I do that now? Let's do it while I've got you on stream before I start getting into something else. Then, so there we go. Kev, you handsome devil. Right, so let me just turn your neck around. going on? Is my pen stop working? Just reboot my pen driver, give me a sec, right? Ah, no, where's go? There we go. So, let's get you on here. Okay, right, I think that is about right. So let me just twist the neck. What kind of neck connection do you want, Kev? What I'll do is I'll add a bit more length for you than you might need, because it's hard to obviously predict exactly how much you're going to need. So I'll do that, Kev. Go. Right, now I need one of these Space Marine jobbies. Oh fuck. Hang on, mate. I was gonna go grab one out of a box that's unbuilt so I can measure the net ball. Yeah, I don't care. What we need to do then is a bit of this, isn't it? There you go. Just for your amusement, matey. Let's remove them now. Okay, so I've got my digital calipers. I'm just going to measure the diameter of the neck. That's 4 millimeters wide. Morning, Adam. How you doing, mate? Or is it Sarah? No, it's Adam. How you guys doing, mate? 4mm neck. Right, so duplicate this now. How you doing today, Ian, Adam? You good, mate? Let's get a signature Kev beanie in. Morning, Bunker. You gave the M3 a deep clean. How come, mate? What'd you do? You haven't had it that long, have you? You messed something up. Oh shit. How you doing today, Bunker? Dude, procrastination is the only reason I twitch. It's a procrastination prevention aid. Oh yeah. Oh mate, what are you playing at? I was watching some of Fohammer's videos last night, and I've noticed there's a few of these like high-speed printers coming out now, and they're using this like new is it ACF film or something like that? ACF? Is that what it's called? And apparently it's kind of shitty for detail, so it deteriorates your detail, the ACF stuff does, but increases your print speed because like layer separation is just more effective. And I saw there was a print by, is it Tyler Victor, I think his name is on Facebook now, it's Tyler Schubert, and he does it was the, oh god, what was the printer called now? I can't even remember what it's called now. Something X1. It wasn't the Epax X1. It was another thing with called the X1. And this thing printed one of Manuel Borgia's monks, one of his warrior monks. Printed it in bloody 600% scale in 2 hours, and it looked pretty decent. But the Anycubic, is it the M5S? I think it is. The M5S is like the fast version of the M5 now. And then there's the Saturn 3 Ultra, I want to say it is. I have to say I'm tempted by a Saturn 3 Ultra actually. I need to finish the video and see what the print quality is like on it, but price wise they're not too bad. And if you go on Amazon at the moment, you can get £100 off the price of a Saturn 3 Ultra. Like there's a voucher on there for it, you put on at your checkout and it kind of just discounts it by £100, you know, for no reason whatsoever apparently. It's already a discounted price according to the listing. Let me switch over to multi-stream in case anyone's on YouTube and I've missed you. Sorry guys. Kev, how's that for your beanie hat, mate? Oh, so it's not bad then on speed then. I really need to get my printer upgraded now because I'm still using the Sonic Mini 4K and the Epax X1. I'm starting to get issues with them now. So I'm kind of at that point of, yeah, how much longer can I drag it out with them? Love it, Kev. Okay, so there's Kev head beanie, and then we'll duplicate. So for the marine head, Kev, how did you want the how do you want the actual head to be presented? Do you want to just leave your hair, or do you want it with the beanie again, or? Yeah, I'll make room for you, mate. Right, so we're currently there, sat at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just nearly twice the size it needs to be. So 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Sorry mate, I missed your comment there. What are you saying, Adam? Can't see yourself wanting a better printer for some time. Eventually technology will move forward. Yeah, it will. The thing is though, as long as it keeps performing, the biggest issue you're going to have, if you know it's turning out the quality you want and it's doing it in a reasonable time, the only thing they can improve is print speed now, really. So I think we're going to start seeing kind of probably some progress on the resin side of things to try and get rid of some of this toxicity you're getting in the resin. So I think that'll be kind of a natural place for the kind of evolution of 3D printing to kind of progress towards, kind of making it safer. So I think we're going to start seeing more like safety features and things. But yeah, it's you're right. I mean, in terms of print speed, in terms of print. Call it print speed and print quality, we're kind of maxing out, aren't we now? You know, unless you can just click a button and it just grows out of the vat in a few seconds or something like that. But yeah, I think it's we're in a really good place as far as technology goes. Kev, do you want any of this, like, this mechy stuff up the side of the face or anything like that? You know, like these kind of chunky bits. They all seem to have this kind of they all seem to have these bits on. Yeah, I don't mind doing it, mate. While we're here, might as well. Okay, so let's get it on. Well, this is the problem with doing portraits of people, mate, is I've got to look at photographs and kind of create something from photo reference. It's always a concern, and I'm not going to find it very flattering. But don't forget, I have to make a few exaggerations for the actual miniatures. I knew there was something like that coming in now. Relaxed muscle. Hey, how you doing? So you're just coming into a little Little tussle between Adam and Kev. They're good friends, really. How are you doing? You keeping well? Oh, guys, just a little bit of advice from a few things I've discovered over the last week or so, I suppose. My cat stole a stuffed weasel from a neighbour. Brilliant. Hey, Michael, how you doing, matey? Yeah, a little word of advice for you all, actually. If you've got any insurance policies and stuff like that, when they're coming up for renewal, always bloody check them. Because this last week or so, we've had house insurance, car insurance, and health insurance have all kind of come up. And the health insurance I paid for was £80 when I took the policy out originally, a couple of years back. Last year it was £133. And I've had the renewal quote for this year, 192, and I'm like bugger am I paying 192 quid for something I signed up for at £80. So, oh, PCM on Twitch, how you doing? So yeah, so I've changed it, and we've got a new supplier with better cover for the health insurance. We've got that down to £110. Which obviously is less than I was paying last year, and more than I was paying when I first signed up. Obviously, it goes up year on year. The car insurance I ended up saving about 40 quid or something like that, so it wasn't mega. But the house insurance was crazy. The house insurance came in buildings and contents, and it was like 130 quid or something like that. With the supplier who I was using last year, and last year I was paying 70 quid or something, 80 quid or something like that. It was still a lot, but I'd kind of left it with the same supplier since we took the mortgage out, and I've just pushed it every year. And I didn't remortgage, sorry, I redid the insurance quote. I got it for £26. 26 bloody quid. So yeah, the lesson I've learned there is renew everything with new suppliers. Don't ever let them just roll on your contract. Yeah, Michael, it absolutely does. Absolutely does. I've never realised the magnitude of it though. Do you know what I mean? I can't. I always knew it was a thing, but. So you learn the hard way sometimes, don't you? Ah, you got doing some training, are you, Aid? What's the course? Something interesting, or is it just like a general sculpting and 3D modelling kind of thing? So what are you up to today, Michael? Digital painting with Craig Mullins. Oh, I don't know if I trust him. He's the guy who lives next door to me. He's an electrician. I don't think he knows anything about painting. joking, of course. Clearly a different Craig Mullins. Yeah, I've been on that train this morning, mate. I feel ya. What was that, Ada? You've gone down a rabbit hole? I enjoyed it, actually. It's one of those games you can just sink hours into, though. You've got to be a little bit careful. It doesn't just become a, you know, a drain on your time. But I did quite enjoy it. I like the Deus Ex games, and it was kind of like an evolution of that, it felt like. I'll tell you what though, I'll still say if anybody hasn't played it, you need to get your hands on the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Because for me, I think that is absolutely one of the best games I've played in a very long time. Although I'm going to show you another game that's going to be absolutely epic and amazing that you all need to get your hands on. Check this bad boy out. Kev's already seen it, he was here at the beginning. Ta-da! There we go. Oops. Hey Soul, how you doing? Well, it's nice to have everybody here and have everyone chatting as well. So what do you think, guys? The render up here of the Crystal Collapse game. So this is the one we've been working on. Yeah, this is the one I've been working on. So we've had Esteban, the graphic designer's kind of pulled together all the renders and stuff now, and he's knocked this up as kind of game promo, so we can start showcasing it. So this is what you're going to get in the box game. So we've got the box itself with all the lovely box art. We've got the game mat, dice, tokens, turn counters. Cheers, Michael. We've got the character cards and the playing cards. So basically, you can use just standard playing decks. You don't have to use the proper ones here. But obviously, we've done all the custom artwork on the cards, so it looks nice and it's thematic. And then we've got all the miniatures. So we're still debating whether or not we do two versions. Oh, it actually is. It's just the render on here, I think. There is a lot of texture actually on the mat, but this particular render, it's because it's zoomed out so far, you don't really see it all. These ones, oh, it's stacks of cards. These ones are. You're talking about the background. What do you mean? They don't look like they're. They need little shadows, do you think? They shouldn't do. I mean, they're rendered up in Blender, so they're the whole thing is a 3D model with like kind of fixed lighting points and stuff. So it should be correctly lit for the environment. But yeah, I think the board texture here it looks a little bit washed. I think potentially it's the colour of the background as well is too close to the colour of this. So I might have to put a bit of a black border on to just help differentiate it out and separate it out, and maybe change the hue of the background table kind of thing. But I'm really pleased with it. It's come together really nicely. So this is going to get like taken to Essen shortly, and it's going to be showcased there. And then also Max has been working on this here. So we got the tabletop terrain thing for the game. So he's been building an actual physical table to showcase it on. So I think this is going to Essen. So this is like these stacked layers of XPS foam with some like texturing, some MDF blocks that he's cut out, which I think we're going to be selling. I'm not sure yet. Because he's got a laser cutter, so we were going to just cut a load of stuff and kind of sell stuff. But I think he's going to be producing some of these for sale along with the house and other bits of kit. And yeah, so like I say, he's just been getting this ready and getting it all assembled, ready for taking to Essen and showing off. So the models have arrived with him today, actually. So we can get on and do a bit of his, get the painting started and all that kind of good stuff. Right, so there is a little bit of Kev. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, that's what we want. Fool the masses. That's the aim. Do you know, talking of that, without wanting to get into too much of like the politics side of this whole discussion, I saw quite a troubling video on YouTube the other day, and it was a guy who used to work for what are they called now? Like Pixar, I think it was. And he was talking about kind of social engineering in the films, and I didn't even realise this was like a thing to this level. But he was saying that like companies like Pixar and Disney, their aims are actually when they produce a film, there's two levels of this that they do. So the first is called overwriting, where they take a concept for something that's good, and then they introduce political agenda and kind of like social engineering aspects to the story, and they write them in afterwards. And he says the best example of this is Kung Fu Panda. He says if you see Kung Fu Panda 1, they released it as is and it was just a lovely story. And then Kung Fu Panda 2, people have bought into Kung Fu Panda, they want to go and see it again when it comes out for another one. The second version of it then starts throwing more stuff at you. And then the third one is just like, it's all social stuff. But the phrase he used, which was troubling, was he called out the execs on it, and said, like, you know, there's certain things here that are going to offend people. You know, we should really kind of consider how this stuff is viewed, and address these issues. And the guys basically just turned around and went, "What? So what you're telling us is we're not being deceptive enough because you've found it all." It's like they're going out of their way to kind of like mask and disguise these things in a subtle way, and if it's overt and obvious, then they've failed in their task, and it's got to go back to the drawing board. You kind of think, you know, nothing's bloody sacred anymore, is it? To get this graphic design, I mean, I didn't do it. It's a designer called Esteban, who Max worked with on Nanolith. I think he's a freelancer. And obviously he knows his stuff. He knows what he's doing. You know, clearly. If I'd have done it, it would have been a lot more haphazard than that, because I just don't have the time to dedicate to it, unfortunately. But yeah, thankfully we got Esteban on the case, and he's done a knockout job for us. Very happy with it. Well, the news is an aspect of it. I mean, they were talking about in the same thing. They were using what's his name, Biden and Trump as an example, and how like all the stuff that it's just narrative pushing. It's like, you know, whatever they want you to believe, they kind of like stage it, and they'll present you with information and data to kind of back that up. And it was like they were saying that, like, let's say they wanted to alienate Christians, and they want to make Christians look bad, and they want to alienate families, and they, you know, the whole concept of like a family unit is something that they want to kind of get away from or whatever. And what they will do is they'll have like a bad guy who is in the movie, who is a Christian, who will be, you know, kicking puppies and being mean to animals and doing things that you instinctively know are bad. And then they'll have him say something like, you know, you always remember family is the most important thing, and then that will create a negative association with the concept of family for you and stuff like that. And it's just the whole thing is just bizarre that they'd even want to do this stuff. But yeah, it's there and it's a thing apparently. I didn't even know about it. What's that? TV movie started with a noxious chav hitting a woman on hitting on a woman in a tube by sticking. Oh right, yeah. Yeah, do you know, I saw, and I don't know if this is social engineering or if it's just a really shit movie, but I actually watched Wonder Woman 1984 the other night. And I watched it all the way to the end, and I sat there at the end of it and I was like, what the feck was that? It was just so kind of ultimate cheese. So I don't know if anyone else has watched it. If you haven't, you might want to give it a wide berth. It's not amazing. You're watching Barbie. Well, I've read a lot of stuff lately about the Barbie movie being basically just a narrative of aren't men stupid, or, you know, aren't men useless, or whatever. We've got that kind of thing going on. Well said, Michael. The thing is, I've got nothing against, like, you know, good female characters in films, and there's been a lot of them over the years. You know, going back as far, you know, you got things like Ripley and oh, Salt, no worries, mate. I missed you, sorry. Oh, you can't start a project in Kazakhstan? That's pretty crap, mate. I mean, there's other options than thing, but message me on Discord, and we'll have a little look and see if there's something we can do to help you with that. Depending on what the project is, if you're doing like a game or something like that as well, there's somebody I know who might be able to work with you on it and help you to kind of push it through. And obviously, if I've got a Kickstarter slot free at any point, and you want to make use of that, then you know I'm more than happy to do a collab with you. But we'll sort something out, mate. Let's figure out the best way of you doing it. I say it could be that you know, you're looking at things like Indiegogo or something instead. But I wouldn't bother with Frontiers. By the way, my Frontier's going bad. I'm going to run it on Kickstarter as a short one, I think. The whole Frontier thing, after the opening weekend of it, where it was on early bird and stuff, if I'd have done it on Kickstarter, I reckon I'd have had about 60 or 70 backers. On Frontiers, we got to five backers, which is piss poor. And the simple fact is that they just don't have the support for you on the platform to kind of manage it and make it happen. I know. Yeah, you got Borat to blame, haven't you, for the Kazakhstan thing? Because they all think you're keeping women in cages and riding around in cars pulled by donkeys. Patreon is right. So my mini factory is it's a bit of a shit show. And what you're going to find is you're going to go on there, you pay your monthly subscription fees, and you're going to be expecting like traffic and whatever else. And the reality is there's so much traffic on, so many people on there. A lot of people have made it a race to the bottom. So the expectation on there at the moment is people seem to want to pay $1 for the tribe, for a tier on the tribe. So my tribes and my Patreon subscriptions have never been lower than they are right now, to a point where it's becoming a problem for me. So honestly, I wouldn't recommend tribes and my manufacturer particularly. Sorry, tribes and Patreon. The problem you're going to have is you're the one who's going to have to drive your traffic for anything. You've got to build your audience. You've got to drive your traffic to tribes and Patreon. I would suggest you probably get a little bit more loyalty out of Patreon subscribers than you do out of tribes, because tribes people seem to be quite fluid in like who they'll back, and tribes is quite easy for them to kind of sign out of and go and support somebody else, whereas you want people who are going to kind of stay and kind of back you for a while. Patreon, I mean Patreon's still like that, but it's a little bit more difficult to. Patreon doesn't make it quite so easy. You have to want to go in to do your Patreon cancellations and stuff. So I don't know, mate. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, if I was starting now, I don't know what I would do. You need something that's going to get you an audience. So obviously, you know, a Kickstarter is a good way of getting an audience, because you can build a following. And those people will, you know, they'll happily put up a certain amount of money, usually up to about $30, before they start kind of like, you know, walking away from things. But the problem is you can't do Kickstarters too frequently. You need to make them bigger projects and kind of like trying to capitalise on them. I think if you start doing like, you know, monthly Kickstarters, I think people will get a bit jaded with it. There's loads of platforms you can use, but all of them are going to rely on you driving your own traffic. Is where you're going to kind of have the problem, I think. Kev, how's that looking for you, mate? Sweet. Right, let's get your swag on. Let's make all these part of your head. There's not a lot of options. You've got to try and figure out which is the right one. So, I mean, a Patreon is a good option to have. You should definitely have a Patreon because it's somewhere where you can communicate. Don't put anything behind a paywall on there, though, apart from actual links to files. Everything else you want to make sure is visible. A lot of the stuff I've been reading lately about promoting yourself online seems to suggest that setting up like a blog and writing articles with lots of keywords and things like that is a good way to go. So you'll probably want to kind of put all your models up on do blog posts about anything you sculpt. Use loads of keywords in your descriptions and stuff, and then that way you can have links to your products and stuff in your blog. But I wouldn't do that on Patreon. You want to set maybe up a WordPress blog for that. So you've got your own site, and then from your own site link into the places where people can buy your models. Cults 3D is a free site, so get stuff on there to sell. Thingiverse, get stuff on there, especially free stuff that you can, like, anytime you post anything, make sure you've got links back to your websites in. So when somebody goes to buy your product, they've got links to go to your website and get your other stuff. So if you put stuff on Thingiverse, for example, get your free stuff on Thingiverse, and then say, for the rest of my stuff, go and have a look over here, and send them to where you want them to go and buy stuff from. So Kickstarter, one of the benefits of Kickstarter when you launch Kickstarter, they do updates for you, and I think I've showed you this before. Let me see if I can pull it up on my I'll show you the back end of my Kickstarter again, just to show you why I would recommend Kickstarter over other platforms. And I know this isn't helpful for you particularly because of this issue of the thing, right? But let's pull up let's go to one of the ones that did better for me, the Kingdom Talarius. We'll have a look at the back end of that. So I'll just show you here, right? So we've got Kingdom Talarius. So this one did 25.5 grand. On my mini factory, there's probably done about another 4 grand on top of that, so probably around about 30 grand for this one. So you can definitely use Indiegogo if Kickstarter's not viable for you, and it'll still have the same kind of things for you. So what you have here is, if I go to the dashboard on this, we can see where all the traffic came from. And obviously this isn't something you're going to see for most campaigns. So £14,000 of my Kickstarter there came from actually from Kickstarter. So this is like nearly £4,000 was people who signed up for the project at the beginning. So technically that was me. That was me advertising the project before it launched, getting a following on it, and then those followers converting into backers. So that's where that comes from. So that was me doing a bit of pre-marketing and kind of getting a bit of following on the project. Advanced Discovery is a Kickstarter thing, so we had £1,500 of backing come from that. Email Watch project launched. So again, that was the one. It was my followers that were generated, but then Kickstarter basically send them a message to say the project's live. My mini factory has the same thing on Frontiers, so you can have people follow the project, but it turns out I have to use the sign-ups to email them to tell them that my project's live. It's not an automatic trigger. They don't get a notification that my project's live. I have to send them a message, so it doesn't work as well. It's not as efficient or whatever. Then profile save projects live, £1,000 from Kickstarter. Kickstarter sending out emails with like new projects and things like that, or projects you might want to look at, recommendations for you, like nearly £1,000 on that. Kickstarter push, nearly £1,000 again. Last chance to back reminders. So anybody who followed the project during its course, they get a final reminder when the project's about to wrap up from Kickstarter. That generated another 800. Recommendations through Discovery. There's 2 separate sections there, but again, about £1,500 worth of backers on there. Yeah, Pagan, you got it right, mate. Or you need a partner who is in one of those countries who can run it for you. But obviously, it's got to be somebody you're going to trust to handle your money and stuff like that. Cause you don't want anybody who's going to kind of, you know, just pop up and chance it and then do one with your funds. And then again, Discovery, campaigning soon, search, internals, all of these things here are Kickstarter ones. Again, 400, 400, 350, 325, 324, 322. So you can see, overall, Kickstarter, they're claiming responsibility for 14 grand. Realistically, that's about 11. Has come directly as a result of being on Kickstarter. So if I'd have done that on Tribes, you can forget that. That's gone. That ain't even a thing. And this bit here, MMF newsletter, this was at the point when they would actually do advertising for you and put you on the front page and stuff like that. They don't do that anymore, so you wouldn't have that either. So yeah, things are a little bit different now, but Kickstarter drives a lot of traffic to you, potentially, so as long as you can present it good. And again, we were saying like the product renders. So again, let me just show you the one that Max sent me today. So product render like that is going to help to sell the product to people because it looks smart. So if you just throw up some crappy renders out of Zbrush and just say, right, there you go, bang, here's your stuff, it's got less appeal. The pin-up campaigns I've done, the artwork for the pin-ups, I've kind of gone a bit over and above the artwork that I would normally do on a normal monthly release. So again, let me just show you the artwork for them. So when I did the Warlock, for example, so this is my cover art for the Warlock. So I got it fully painted. We did, where are we now? There you go. I did full colour renders of the whole thing. So we had the plants all painted up, but they were hand painted. They're not just coloured. They're fully hand painted and stuff. So you know, the same way I'd paint models and stuff. Yes, absolutely, mate. We'll give you as much assistance as we can on this. So if you've got a project you want to get done, we can make it happen for you. Yeah, but like I say, presenting it like this rather than just showing the grey render. Like if I show you that, it's a render of a model. If I show you that, it's a more finished thing, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? That's far more eye-catching than just that on its own, or even like well, that one's not worked, has it? Didn't even know that was a thing I could do on that. So yeah, so there's a lot of different things you want to kind of account for. Then when I did the we got like things like this. So I had some help from a friend of mine, AJ. She does some like artwork and some graphics passes on it for me. So I had like this one as a splash, some banners, another little one there with the thing in the table, the rat, a little book cover that she drew for me. And she did a couple of bits of presentation, did some recolouring and stuff. So it's all just extra graphics and extra things to just give people a little bit of a flavour and a bit of a feel and kind of want to come in. I'll look at the Barbarian one because the Barbarian did quite well as well. So again, cover art on this one. So we got the a nice bit of art that AJ helped with in the background. We've got a funky title. Which I actually sculpted that in Zbrush. That's actually a 3D model. The text is there. The model itself, again, all hand painted and whatever else. And yeah, it's just drawing people's eye in and trying to catch their attention because there's so much stuff on Kickstarter. There's so much stuff anywhere in the market. You've got to stand out, and if you don't stand out, then you're not going to kind of get the sales, and that's obviously what we're going to get, isn't it? What are you saying, Aid? Buy the mini, get the cards, posters, some additional graphics, etc. Aid, have you had a look at my mini factory? Shop 3D lately, by the way, because they're actually now doing like backing cards and inserts for your models, and you can put cards and things like that in with them as non 3D printed assets that they allow you to do. You obviously have to pay for them, but they can put like a playing card printed up with rules and stuff. So if you were doing something for a game, you've got that option. It means you haven't got to kind of, you know, stockpile and buy a shit ton of stuff. You can still have a massive collection of models and, you know, get your stuff out there when you need it. Right, there's Kev Marine, pre-process and decimate. Guys, give me just 2 seconds. I'm just going to take a quick call, okay? Right guys, back now. Okay, so bunker, yes, absolutely, mate. Absolutely correct. Although to be honest, I'm tempted. I was talking to Joe Dreadnought on our channel, on our Discord. I was chatting to him about it, and he was saying about we were talking about what they call Heresy Lab. Adam knows. Adam knows. I've never been the biggest fan of like the sculpts and things that they do. Like the actual subject matter and stuff, I'm not a big fan of and whatever. But oops, wrong one. So yeah, so we were talking about it all, and I was enlightening Joe about my thoughts and opinions and whatever. And he suggested I should do. He'd like to see me do some kind of marine proxies. So I'm tempted. At some point, I might have a little go. I mean, what do you guys think? Should we do what kind of marine proxies do you reckon? Do all of them. How you and Murray doing? Right, let's take the dynamesh, the groups off there. Let's just dynamesh this dude. God. That's not what I meant, Bunker. No, I mean in terms of physical design, physical kind of styling and stuff like that. I'm thinking more like God, what they called now, Gears of War kind of thing than Space Marine. Laser dicks. God, what are you all on today? AD, I don't know what you're on about, so you're gonna have to put a recommendation on the Discord for us all to have a little look at, mate. Cheers, Aid. I should be on till about 2, Kev. Yeah, actually, Adam, it's not a bad shout, to be fair. I know everybody does Marines, but I think I need to do at least a couple of mine. Have fun, Kev. Oh, collab, yeah. I've got a couple in mind, mate, but I haven't actually approached them all yet. So I was going to have a chat to Riz, see if he's doing it. I've asked AD about it, but I think AD's thinking they need a bit more experience to kind of get the up to spec and up to speed on it with miniatures. But I think we can get in there. But yeah, there's a couple of other guys I can have a chat to. Yeah, I was just talking about, we were saying about what I meant, what the chat me and you had the other week about the 15mm dungeon crawler. I was just saying about that, just trying to want to try and kind of get a team of sculptors who we can just all work on it as a collaboration and just kind of just split the profits on it, and just chip away, because I think it's one of those things, it's quite a big project for one person to do. But I think if we've got 4 or 5 people each kind of chipping away at it, then you're up for it, sweet. Yeah, I think we can kind of do it. So I think if we get the, I'll test print and assemble like a set of like stock miniatures, like bases, that we can sculpt from, and a couple of example models so we can style match to that. And then I think as long as we're all kind of in the same ballpark, aiming for the same kind of thing, we're good. We're going to need like terrain, we're going to need heroes, monsters, etc. So I think if we do like a set of archetypes of heroes, so we'll give people, give them a set of each of the core player classes and things like that, so there's a set of things to do. And then we'll do a couple of groups of monsters, but I don't think we don't need huge variety because of the size. I think it's going to be a numbers game, isn't it? Yeah, sure, mate, absolutely. If you're up for it. Okay, let's get Kev's heads done, and I can start working on this this thing. Oh, nice one, mate. It's an Imperial Guard with the Highland regiments. Yeah, something like that'd be quite cool, I suppose. Move away a bit from the Starship Troopers type vibe and give them a bit more of the. I think the Infinity did that, didn't they? Infinity do that quite well. Oh yeah. Hey, that looks like one to watch later. Oh, nice, it's coming together, mate. God, you're like properly like reimagining shoes and stuff like that, aren't you? It's there you go, and bunkers on with the old squigs. Looking good, mate. Looking good. You got an art server where people bully you for what? The thing is, there's a lot of people with attitude online, and you've got to find the good communities, haven't you? Like, what you need, you know, even if you were turning out shit, even if you're turning out stuff that is really, really rubbish, people have got to consider that, you know, it's where you're at, you know what I mean? If you want to redo stuff and you want to work on stuff, that's fine, but you get to a point with one model and you've done a load of stuff, and I've done it hundreds of times, and I look back at some of the stuff I've sculpted and I'm like, oof, I'd totally do this different. And it's just that evolution of design in your own brain, do you know what I mean? So you kind of have this thing where there comes a point when you look at all your work and you're kind of going, oh, this is shit. And what it is that your standards and your brain and your expectations of yourself have exceeded your current talent level, and it's a good place to be at. Although you'll have this like real negative feeling about yourself, what it does is it drives you to improve. You start critically looking at your own work and getting better, and that's where you kind of want to be for kind of like ongoing improvement and, you know, continual kind of self-growth. And you get to that point where you can just be confident with what you do, and not have to kind of second guess yourself. But you'll definitely, as an artist, at some point you're going to go through this thing, unless you're a particular sculptor who has produced, you know, 5,000 miniatures over the years and like still hasn't managed to improve, because frankly they don't bloody need to. Not naming names, but we all know. Yeah, but the thing is, you get good artists and you can bounce off each other. You can give each other advice and give each other ideas. There's a point where it's welcome, and there's a point where it's not. And there's a way of delivering the criticism. Do you know what I mean? So if I look at any, I mean, we've spoken about your work, and I offered a bit of criticism with your models, but it was on the basis of like, if you were going to do this 3D printed and it's for a thing, but then obviously it turns out that's not the purpose of it, and that's fine. In which case, what you're doing is absolutely fine. There's no issues with it, and any of my comments are invalid. But obviously, if you wanted to 3D print that model, and it's something that somebody's going to be painting as a figure, then there are things I would suggest that you change. And you know, if you ever want to have that chat, I'm always happy to kind of go through it and do it, and it'll be a constructive discussion, not just, you know, a shout down and kind of going, oh, you've really fucked this up, haven't you? Yeah, I mean, That's not the way of doing anything. That's not how you get. That's not how you kind of encourage people to improve, or it's not how you kind of inspire people to kind of do better. It's how you kind of make people think you're an arsehole. So let's get this on then. Back to the imps. Oh, sorry. I spent far too long chatting bollocks and making Kev's model this morning, so I need to kind of make up a bit of time now. So okay, so we're going to go for the Incubus here. 10, 20, 32. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to duplicate him. Delete the thing here. Yeah, that thing for Kev, I've been promising that for absolutely months now. I can actually do it for him. God, I bet with one of these fast printers, I bet you do it in I say when you sculpt for 32mm and 75mm, you think you still to exaggerate forms and details like usually 32mm only. You do, but to a lesser extent. So if I'm sculpting at 75mm, do you know what I would do? I would ask the audience, because that's going to be the clincher, isn't it? If you're making something and people don't want it, don't bother. But if they want the 75mm version or something, then yeah, give them the 75mm version. But you just need to just tweak some of your proportions for it. So like, you know, saying about like the 1.2mm minimum thickness for like freestanding items like swords and staffs and things like that. So if you've got a staff in 75mm, it can still be 1.2mm. It'll just look thinner and more delicate than the 32mm equivalent. So you don't necessarily want to take, you know, a 1.2mm staff and scale it up to be a 2.5mm thick staff. It might look too big and clunky. So you can kind of scale it back, but you might not want to take it down to 1.2 either. You might want to go somewhere in between. But then obviously you can't just scale up detail all the time. Sometimes you're going to have to just re-sculpt it and just bite the bullet and accept that that's just how it's going to have to go. So, well, I'm going to duplicate this body. So we're going to do a Blacksmith and we're going to do an Incubus. I'll do the Incubus first because it'll be a quick win. But yeah, just gauge first whether your audience is after 75 or 32 and give them the one that they want to begin with, and then see if they're also interested in the other one. So the other thing as well, looking at Dave Whitaker, Titan Troll, so he does busts every month. Now I never bother with busts, but I probably should start doing a few because it's an easy offering, it's an easy thing to do. Because what I can do is I can just take a model I've already made. So I'm doing Tinkerdan here right now, but let's say where is he now? Let's say this guy. If I want to do him as a bust, what I can do is I can just cut his arms off and then slice him through the middle there, and then put like a little chest piece base on him, and he's a bust. It's as simple as that. The model's already there, and it's something you can just offer people. Yeah, so your models, Soul, are lovely and definitely designed for bigger scales. We'll just go and check. Yeah, so the wizard you did, I think, is fine for 32mm. The bandit with the curved daggers also fine for 32mm. The only things I would say is like the bandit, things like the stitching you've got down the middle of his vest and the detail around the outside of the belt. You probably want to exaggerate that a little bit. There's like the little details on the daggers, again, they need to be a bit bigger and a bit chunkier. The cuffs of his boots probably want to be a bit thicker. So this would be fine for like 54mm probably, 75mm definitely. But if you're taking these down into like 32, the ropes around his knees, thicken them up. The belt, thicken up the details. The stitching, reduce the quantity of stitches to probably about three sets of stitching probably, and make it big and chunky so you can paint it. Can I show it all on screen so we can talk about it, or is this are these things for? Can I show the bandit on screen so people can see what? Yeah, okay. Let me bring him on. Let me bring him down so we can talk about him, and I'll show you what we're talking about. So this is one of Sol's sculpts. Very, very nice. So starting with the face, if we start at the top up here, you've got probably want to deepen the eyeballs. So just take the eyeballs back a touch. You want to thicken up the eyelids basically so that they're visible. Lips, make the lips more pronounced. Push the teeth back into the mouth as well, so there's a bit more depth there. Hair, I think you're fine. I think that'll work fine. The folds and everything in the cloth here are all okay, but then these stitches, you're not going to be able to paint them. In fact, is the detailing in here as well? If there's detailing in there, you just want to smooth that off because that's not going to come through. The stitches here, I would go like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 simplified stitches. Make them quite thick and chunky, almost as thick as this bit here, like really thick. Do you know what I mean? Big thick crosses of stitches down the middle of his vest. Muscles, arms, fine. These bits, fine. But again, these little rings here, you might want to kind of thicken them up a little bit just to make them a bit more pronounced. These bits, fine. This bit here is going to be too fine to print in 32. So you want to boost, either get rid of it altogether, or simplify it down and make it thicker and more pronounced. These bits here, you're going to lose them in 32mm. They're not deep enough. You probably want to kind of like enlarge them, and again simplify it down. Yeah, 75mm, beautiful. Oh, balls! You can't see my mouse on this one. It's a magnifying glass on it at the moment. I can see it on my screen. You see it okay? So here, like where you go around the belt buckles, the belt buckle. Ah, do you know what? It works when it doesn't work. It doesn't show when I'm using the pen, but it does show when I'm using the mouse. That's weird. Okay, so like the stitching, like I say, down here, it wants to be as thick as this bit up here. This collar bit. These bits again, same kind of thickness as that. As a general rule of thumb, any little bits of detailing, you want to kind of do them about that thick. Thicken them up, redo the details, but just larger and deeper. The actual folds on the belt, you might get away with the details here. This moon thing, thicker, just make it deeper. Oh god. And as we come down, like the ropes on the knees there, we want to make those ropes twice the size of that, really. Look really thick and chunky. And the cuffs on the top of the boots, again, double the thickness of them. This bit here, double the thickness, because these little fine kind of like layers, again, fantastic for 75mm, but when you go down to 32mm, they're going to kind of like blend in. So once you put paint on them, they're lost. So you really need to kind of like exaggerate them. Same with the soles of the shoes. I'd maybe kind of boost them, make them a bit thicker. Base texture and stuff, no dramas. They'll work all right. You might lose some of the detail, but it's part of the base, so it's not an issue. And then this loincloth, the only thing you need to make sure there is that you've got that, you know, that 1.2mm thickness we were talking about. The loincloth, you want to make sure applies that thickness applies. And personally, I would extrude that back to like halfway between the legs probably, and just remove any kind of void from the from behind the loincloth, so it's just a solid block. So there's certain things I would tweak in there for 32mm, but I don't think it's going to be a huge amount of work to modify it. So I think you're fairly well placed to kind of just get on with stuff, to be honest. And so I don't think I've got any of my bandits in here, but I'll do some stitching on the on my what's his name in a minute. The blacksmith when we do him in a sec. So we're going to do Incubus first here. Yeah, you don't want to be in the boat of offering the same model in two different sizes with just different supports, because basically the point when people actually start printing the work out and they start doing it and they take a 75mm model and try and do it in 32, they're either going to realise themselves that it's not right, or they're going to oh yeah, of course. It's Adam trying to get a bit of free press and free publicity here, but let's do it. Put them. So these are some models I did a few years back for Adam for Pagan Miniatures. Trying to find your folder now, mate. Azzy Haven, hello, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're keeping well. Hero Fortune, eh? Oh, literally just there, so... Sorry Adam, I'm losing it here, mate. I'll post some pictures up in the Discord later. I can't even find the stuff at the moment. I don't know what... I've forgotten how to use bloody search functions and stuff. What character you made, Azzy? Ah, there you go. Good lad, Adam. Yeah, Soul, that's what I do, mate. I'm just winging it out of my brain. I have an idea of what I need to make, get a description, and then from that description basically go off and sculpt something, and then once I get to a point where I'm comfortable with it, I'll lock it all in. So yeah, this guy's going to be an Incubus, so he'll be a full demon actually. So he's going to have his big old demon wings. Big old devil wings. I'm going to have him like naked to the waist, I think. So he's going to have like no top on. He might have like some cuffs on his wrist or something like that, or maybe a little collar or something like that. Oh, your one's a half demon, sorry. Sorry, misread that one. Let's see. High elf woman promised her firstborn to a demon for immortality, and then once he was born, she physically gave him to a witch for riches. Now the witch and the demon are fighting over custody, while both actually being good parents, surprisingly. But while the adopted parents are spatting, he stays with the extended giant. God. Oh, I love it, man. That is that's a right up and a half. No worries, Soul. I say I'm around on Discord anytime you need us anyway, so obviously, you know, time of differences and things permitting, but yeah, give us a shout anytime you need anything, dude, and we'll see if we can help you out as much as we can. In the meantime, you take it easy and keep up the good work, dude. He's a gigantic nerd. So how does the giant thing play into that then? Does he he's just tall. Oh yeah, yeah. Let's see the design in Hero Forge. Let's have a mooch. Oh, nice. Everyone confusing him for a tiefling. As you would. Very nice though. So you're going to be printing this one and getting him ready for painting and stuff, or you do you just use the just use it for your what do you call it? For your renders for character design. You never tempted to get the files and print them and make them into miniatures? You not got a access to a 3D printer then? Printers are cheap now these days. We were just talking about them earlier on, actually, the developments in technology and how they've moved on. One of the things you're definitely seeing is that the prices are coming down on the printers. Even the ones that are like top of the pops technology wise now, they're still fairly reasonably accessible. No, I'm talking. It's going to be. It's still probably going to be a couple of hundred. Dub, how you doing? Don't even have a PC. Fair enough then. Well, if you ever want any reasonably priced miniatures, I would always say visit my web store and have a little look. Oh, I snap, man, snap. I felt like a zombie when I woke up this morning. We sat down with the kids watching a bit of TV before school because they kind of got ready quick. And they said, "Oh, can we have a little bit of cosy time on the sofa?" And I fell asleep waiting for the watching TV with the kids before we'd even gone back to like taking them to school. Because the thing I was working on last night, or the thing I was working on yesterday, after I'd finished my stream, I carried on working on it till about 5ish, I think. Sorry, I weren't doing the stream, was I? I carried on working on it till about 5 o'clock, and then did dinner, sorted the kids out and everything else, and I went back into the office, and I was in there till 1:30 in the morning. So I'm a bit laggy today. Oh no, that's no good. Give her a kick. Get her grafting. What did she do, Aid? So he's a fiend warlock because his dad's a demon. Just imagine if he loses his toe. It's just his dad scolding him for an hour. What did she do? What did she do? She just quit something. A product owner. That's one of them. No, mate, I don't think you can quit that job. Let's masking here out. Yeah, no worries, mate. Thanks for joining the chat today. I'll have a catch up with you later, matey. You have a good one. Make sure Sarah's behaving. Or vice versa. Sarah, make sure Adam's behaving. Oh, wicked. Cheers, Bonko. I didn't know he had an Instagram account still. Oh guys, if anybody wants one of those heads of Kev, by the way, that I was doing earlier on, the Space Marine one or the Beanie one or the Guard one for any purposes, then I'm sending him physical copies. I think he's going to use them for giveaways on his channel. So he'll probably use a few himself, I dare say, but I think he wants to use them as giveaway products. Yeah, as he send them over. Fire away, mate. Let's see. A level 2 bard Hexblade in a One Piece campaign. For context, he's a Lunarian and disguises his wings as a feather cloak. Nice. Arse is going to sleep. Let's check it out, I think. Oh, I like him. Very nice, mate. Very nice. Just seen it here. Variation. Cool. I was expecting like a Birdman or something like that. No, I mean, sorry, I thought, from the first one, I thought we'd have a beak for a face kind of thing, but nice, mate, nice. Right, let's get you could do with being a different class then. I bet you could. You could totally do a story-driven class change. As long as your DM's up for it. This ruler's pissing me off. Let me just move it. Should have done that ages ago. Yeah, no worries, mate. Right, guys, I'm going to do a little BRB with you. Let's get into there so far. There's a little BRB and go and restock my drink. So do not go away anywhere. Have a little peruse on the website. Feel free to go and buy some swag. Lots of stuff on there. The new models will be on there shortly as well. And there we are. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. So hang around and I'll see you shortly. Catch you in. Okay guys, we're back now. Right. Let's get some more work done on the Incubus. Right, so Seems to have gone very, very quiet. I'm wondering if my stream's died. But it was just lunchtime and everyone's buggered off. Hey, you else doing it? Jesus. Freaking Christ, that is so loud. That was crazy loud. How you doing today, mate? Minutes for another meeting. Joyous. I just hate meetings. When I worked in bigger companies, meetings were always just like ego delivery mechanisms for senior managers who want to look like they're doing something. Good shit. Yeah, not too bad, mate. Also, just some weird, oh, for fuck's sake, there's some weird projects I'm working on at the moment, and just trying to make them all kind of come together. And some of them are quite time demanding, and they're almost all stuff I'm not allowed to talk about. So it's all like cryptic secret squirrel stuff. How you doing today, mate? Cryptic squirrels, absolutely. Are you working on any hobby desk at the moment? No, I don't mean right now, I mean like just generally. Are you at work or at home at work? Are you in the office? Here we go, Nelson. There's a little little challenge I've been kind of set. Was design my own version of Space Marines, like my own proxy versions. And I'm thinking a bit closer to Gears of War than Space Marines. You got any thoughts? Yeah, do some Cog Marines or something. Yeah, but then I need to do Gears of War versions of Space Marines as well, so I don't know if I'd need to heavily armour. Like, do the Gears kind of guys, but then heavy armour them for Space Marines. Oops. I missed. Yeah. I mean, I'd obviously it'd be my own design. It wouldn't be straight up, you know, Gears of War kind of thing. But I was thinking that kind of aesthetic a little bit more. I mean, I've got some ideas of what I would do, but I don't think I'd end up throwing him in the Patreon. I think it's not even like near my normal bag of tricks. So it'd have to be a kind of a completely separate offering. I'd just have to do it as a purchase option. And obviously, if there's a demand for them and they go down, well, I can do more. But So I say, looking at real world uniforms and armour, mixed with a concept as a winner. Oh, you mean like ancient Greek, ancient Roman, etc. Yeah, the problem is though, there's still Space Marines. I don't want to do Space Marines that look like Space Marines. Like if I'm going to do something to proxy as a Space Marine, I want it to be like totally different, but still have enough of the visuals and stuff like that that you can tell it can be used as what it is. I mean, I don't know if that'll detract from the appeal of them or not, but I suppose I need to do a one-page rules set or something for them then. Call coming in for Max. Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries. You crack on, and I'll catch up with you later, mate. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate you always. Hey AD, how you doing? Me too. I've got mashed potato with meatballs and cheese. What'd you have, nice? Questionable chicken soup. What's questionable about it? Tastes like dog. Maybe cat or a bit of roadkill. Squirrel. I don't think you said earlier, by the way. You said about your, I wasn't visual lipping. You said your missus was a product owner earlier and asked what it was, but you never answered. What is a product owner? A pretend job. Is that why she quit? She needed a proper job. She's the person between her team and a client that defines a product requirement, whether the product development is heading in the right direction. Okay, so basically it's like a project manager for a product, so they're responsible for the delivery and ultimate success of a client product then. Ish. Yeah. cylinder. Ouch. Adjust my position on the chair. Right, where am I at? There we go. Let's start with 4. The hell is the deal with this mad twisting shit going on? Oh, got my first sound outage of the stream today. Right. That'll do. Let's divide that one. I'll pop that in place. It was getting mangled when I did the I'll try to include it in the curve. So let's give this guy some pants. I think I'm going to go like proper, like a little studded poser pouch probably or something like that. Feels appropriate. That actually works. Critical mistake, eh? At least you had the model on the screen though, and it wasn't. You weren't like, you know, bumming out in games or whatever. Yeah, I know that feeling well. I think I was doing was like basically a client has got a model they need printing, but it's an architectural model, and they come to me and ask me to do it, but it's completely and absolutely unprintable because it's a life-size model, and they want it scaled down to like 40 centimeters tall. So this building in reality is massive. 40 centimeters is nothing. So it's roughly about a 40 centimeter scale. 40 centimeters, I think, is roughly about a 54 millimeter scale. But obviously, everything in there is sculpted architecturally and engineeringly. So everything's like a real life. You could render it and it'd look beautiful as a render. Well, if it was properly finished, it would, and textured and stuff. It'd look beautiful as a render. It's just not fit for purpose at all. And I've got to rebuild the entire model for them from scratch. Got to maintain like all the original proportions and everything else, but get your textures in and all those kind of bits and bobs, but also make it so that it is physically printable. Which is, again, as we were saying earlier, it's this whole minimum tolerances lark again. Yeah, definitely. If you ain't got the mojo, you can't force it. You know what I mean? It's sculpting is one of those things because it's a creative endeavour. You've got to have your mojo. You've got to be in the mood for it. And sometimes, although it sounds like it's counterproductive, sometimes you're better off just sitting down and playing a game. Because at least that way you can give your brain a little bit of inspiration that it probably desperately needs at that point. Do you know what I mean? It's not entirely wasted effort. Just don't get in the habit of doing too much in the way of research and development. Hey Kev, how you doing, mate? Oh yeah, you have, haven't you? Yeah, you'll be making some cyberpunk models later then, because you've I'll tell you what though, these days I've found I'm painting more than I would like, so like when I get like a bit of relaxing time, where I used to would have used to have picked up like a PC game or what, you know, Switch game or whatever. Finding now I'm more likely to kind of pick up some models and paint them. Ow. Are you going to be doing a bit of that then? Do us a Kickstarter raid. Oh, yeah, I can't do competitive ones. I think I said before, I can't do with playing on other people's schedules. Like if I'm going to play games, my gaming time is so spartan anyway. It's so irregular and you know, infrequent, that if I'm going to get time to game, I want to choose what I'm going to play. I want to do things at my own pace. So I don't want to have to kind of go on and play with people, because you're kind of committed to a, you know, like an online guild or something like that. So I just play solo games. I do now, which is one of the reasons I've loved Tears of the Kingdom so much, actually. It's a really big, expansive game, but it's also got what do you call it? It's something that me and Jacob can play together. So, like, you know, playing the game with a little man and that. What's that? Star Citizen. What's that one? Alright, I've not come across it, I've not heard of it. But then I'm not following these kind of things, so I suppose I wouldn't have, would I? So a lot of people hate it and call it a scam. So what's it all about then? How does it work? And why do people think it's a scam? Hey Rose, how you doing? It's not like that Project Entropia, is it, where you can get like the real world money in it or something? I like that, time appropriate greetings. You don't know whether it's morning or afternoon, so just cover all bases in one go. Love it. And time appropriate greetings to you too, Eraser. As an FYI, it's 1:30 in the afternoon now. Right, let's adjust my seat again. I have to fluff my cushion. Right, so let's say the idea is to have a living, breathing universe where you make your own story, whether it's a pirate, mercenary, miner, slaver, etc. With live in-game economy that's directly influenced by the player. $7:30 in the morning, you're on the stream. That's dedication. I'm flattered. So where's the scam coming then? Why are people calling it a scam? They just think they're over ambitious and they can't deliver what they've promised, or is there something scammy about it that's like, you know, it's causing the concerns? I answered it myself. When? What did I say? Ah, right. So is it, when you say everything is player driven, does that mean that you've got to log into the game and basically go, right, I'm a shopkeeper now, I'm going to sit here twiddling my thumbs for the next 8 hours until somebody comes and buys you off me? Is it like that kind of economy, or is it? Okay, so to get 10 shopkeepers, you need 1 player to be a shopkeeper before you can get the 10 AI ones. Is that what you're getting at? Oh, okay. It sounds interesting, but I tell you, it sounds like a huge time sink. Like, it's not anything I'd ever kind of even like entertain going there. But I've got a couple of friends who I think would. But I think that's the kind of thing where you get divorced because of it. You know what I mean? It's if you're in a relationship, those kind of things, those kind of games are the ones that cause problems, aren't they? You got friends who got married because of Final Fantasy Online. That's interesting. I suppose in that respect, though, you've just found somebody who's like a kindred spirit, haven't you? And but then you know, a lot of people like are going to play the game and already be in a relationship, and then that's where you're going to get the dramas being caused, I think. So I've got at least one friend who literally spends all his spare time gaming. There's a constant headache for his missus. I think if he started playing a game like that, I think she'd just be off. Oh no, I've got a cavity in his finger. Oh yeah, absolutely for sure. I mean, I've never found myself to be kind of particularly addicted to anything. I find it very easy to kind of, you know, put things down and walk away from them, and always have. But like I say, I've got lots of friends who are, you know, they're chain smokers, they're gamblers, they're drinkers, or whatever else. Whatever their faults may be, you can tell that addictive personality is present there. You put somebody like that on one of these games, like I say, my mate with the gaming, for example. You put them on a game like that where it enables them, if you like. And like I say, it's not causing it, but it is enabling. And that's the thing, isn't it? Some people just don't need the extra excuses. I don't find prioritising a problem. The thing I have an issue with, for me, is it's more about balance. I find myself like working more, particularly since I've been my own boss, since I've been self-employed. I find myself working an awful lot, and then like when I've got downtime, if I actually do stop and play a game or do something leisurely, for example, I find myself feeling like I'm skiving and I need to get back to work. So sometimes I end up sitting there kind of, you know, yeah, that's it. But it's I think as I've got older, my priorities have changed. So when I was younger, I used to just kind of sit there and just play a game and not worry about it. Whereas now it's like, you know, you got bills to pay and all this kind of stuff, and it's that what do we call it now? Just being a grown up, isn't it? And all the crap that comes with it. Oops. God, this is so annoying. Yeah, feeling guilty is part of the course if you're an artist. It's because you care about what you do, isn't it? That's what it comes down to. When you're just a minion working in somebody else's business, it's different. You can get to the end of the day and have no what's the word? No kind of attachment to the work you've done. You know, it's just a job. But when you're an artist and you kind of, you know, you're creating for a living, and especially when it's like your own source of income as well. Do you know what I mean? That's the other major part, I think. Guys, just got the wife calling. Give me 2 seconds. Guys, I'm just going to put you on a BRB for 2 minutes. I've just got to run up the house and just grab something from my wife. She's just on the phone. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go away. I'm back, guys. Cheers, Bonka. So she's treasurer on the school PTA. They've got melon coffee and cake thing going on after school on Friday. So because she's treasurer, she's got to go to the bank and get the floats, but couldn't remember the PIN number. I had to go root for all the paperwork to find it. If you've got little ones and you're going to school and they're at school age, you're probably going to get approached about joining the PTA at some point. Stay clear. It's a cult. You take all your time and all your money and you get nothing back in return. Apart from an apparent sense of goodwill. I was just thinking I should do something like this and actually sculpt it and like save it out as an alpha, so I can just stamp it back on, shouldn't I? Hey Painted Dragon, how you doing? How's your Death Dealer model going? Is it Death Dealer or Death Knight? Death Knight, wasn't it? And how about you prep for Sculptober? It's good to be busy. Oh, sounds like a lot going on. What you got? A zombie hand. Zombie hand for the Death Knight, is that? Oh no, zombie hands for Sculptober, sorry, yeah. And a Frogkin Warband. I do like Frogkin, actually. Something I've been meaning to sculpt for a while, but it's like I haven't got any kind of like justification for it at the moment, because I'm doing zoning in on that Descent into Avernus campaign. Because I've committed and I've got like 2/3 of the way through the campaign. I've kind of got to like knuckle down and finish it, really. It's what these guys are actually for. But oh, sexy rogue. Everyone loves a sexy rogue. Actually, have you posted pics of her in the group yet? Or I'll say her. Could be a man. Sexy frog. That's one to see. Oh, nice, 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 nice. I've been talking about doing that for years now, and I haven't got around to it. I can't commit to the regular painting session yet. I'd love to do it though. I said ages ago I was gonna make Fridays my print and paint day, but duplicate, remote. Oh, point of interest as well, just if anybody's, I know a lot of people have got the games already and everything, but going back to the first lockdown, so we were sat in my office and my son wanted to play some games on the computer, on the PC, and I'd got some games that were suitable for him, but he really wanted to play Assassin's Creed, and I told him he couldn't because he was 5 or 6 at the time. So I said, you know, you're too young for Assassin's Creed, running around murdering people. And then I read that there was this mode that they'd added to Assassin's Creed Origins as part of the education side of things, as an educational booster for lockdowns. And it was like a curated version of Assassin's Creed Origins, going around ancient Egypt, and you basically go off to like the pyramids and stuff, and then you'll see like a quest marker, but the quest marker will trigger a walk around type thing, and it'll explain, it'll be somebody from like the Museum of Cairo doing a curated discussion about ancient Egyptian archaeology, or, you know, history of various different things. You can learn a lot about ancient Egypt by playing the game and doing the curated mode. But they only did it on Assassin's Creed Origins. Anyway, the other day we were talking about is starting to learn about the Spartans versus Athenians, ancient Greece and stuff in school at the moment. That's his like history topic for this year. And I said to him, I said you'll like Mortal Gods then, which is a game from Futsal Miniatures, and it's all about well, little Greek war bands. There's some historical elements as well, and they're doing a relaunch, a redo of it next year, hopefully. And I've put my thrown my hat in the ring as a sculptor for the minis. So fingers crossed, I'll be doing some ancient Greeks next year for futsal. But yeah, we loaded up Assassin's Creed Odyssey as well, and I thought I'll show him some of the things there without doing all the fighting stuff. And they've added the curated mode into that now as well, so we've now got as well as having the Egypt one, we've also now got ancient Greece. So he spent a bit of time playing the curated modes of Assassin's Creed Assassin's Creed Odyssey, sorry. Doing a little bit of the old, history learning. It's all quite interesting stuff actually. So yeah, if you got access to the game and you got an interest in learning a little bit of ancient history kind of stuff, it's worth checking it out again. Dragon, how are you doing with your print and paints? You got any to share and showcase on the channel? So always feel free to post them and put your links up and stuff on our Discord, you know. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. No, that's all fair enough, but yeah, always happy to help. There's a self-promo channel on there, so if it's like, if it's painting models and stuff, just share them in the print in the painted miniatures channel. They don't have to be my models. You paint anything you want. But if you posting links to your Patreon and stuff like that, stick them on the self-promo thread on the self-promo channel. Yeah, happy for you to pimp your wares. I think he's pretty much about done now. I think anything else I do to him now is just going to take away from this kind of the lust demon kind of vibe in it. Maybe put a little cuff or two on his tail and then call him done. His tail feels a bit plain. So some streamers are paranoid. The thing is, if I've got an audience and you come and post your stuff on my channel, it's not like my audience are just going to go, oh screw this, let's go over there instead. Do you know what I mean? If they like what I'm doing, they're going to stick around for it, but they can still see what you're doing and kind of go, oh, I like that too. What you got there, dragon? Feel weird calling you dragon actually, because it's the minute I said it, it reminded me of Step Brothers. Oh, nice. I should show that. So is this is one of your sculpts that you've printed off and painted? Proper good old Cyclops there. Oh, it's a one gold piece one. Oh, so you're not just printing your own stuff then on your channel? Do we say he's done? I think I've got it well. Yeah, fair play. Well, dude, if you ever want to get any of my stuff and put it up there, you're always more than welcome. Cheers, Alston. How we doing, mate? Oh. Right, we're gonna call this. We're gonna call this guy done. I've just saved that one. Finish the meeting. Is that you done for meetings for the day then, or you got to go back in? Cheers, Dragon. Duplicate. Let's rename him Incubus. Please. Duplicate him, and then we're going to dynamesh the whole thing. Oh, another meeting at 4 o'clock, mate. That sucks. It's more like there's areas where I end up texturing it a lot, but what I end up doing is I do end up, as you can see, using it as a yeah, just doing the whole like sculpt with the thing on. I'm gonna go in and just fill in back here. I need to turn dynamic topology off this one though, because it's not going to do it without. Because we're over 2 million polys, so it's just going to hang and lag. So I just want to fill some of the little gaps in behind there, behind the hands and stuff that I know are going to cause me problems with supports and stuff. And be careful it doesn't come through the other side. That's it, we've got to be done. gappy models. Smoothing some of the transition there. I'll put some detail in that in a minute. Is there anywhere else I need to put? The HGO brush? No. I've not come across that one. What's that one do? Geo, is it a standard brush or is it a... Okay, no, I'm not seeing that one. I'll have a look. Right, let's just... These bits were a bit lumpy and bumpy and I should have smoothed them out and sorted them earlier. Backs are okay, it's just the fronts that were manky then. So here's something I didn't know before, but I've known it for a while now, but I thought I might as well, while I'm thinking about it, I might as well share it. So, years ago, I used to have Zbrush crash all the time. And what I'd done is I'd gone into here, when this menu was half the size, because it didn't have all the extra new functions and whatever. And I took all of the brushes that I use habitually. I've got orb cracks in there now, and that's about it. Orb cracks and orb rock detail are the only custom brushes I've put in there. But I used to have loads and loads and loads of these brushes that I used to use frequently in there. And turns out it causes ZBrush to crash more frequently. So the bigger this menu is, with custom objects and custom brushes, especially if they're not optimized, you know, if it's like insert brushes that are really high poly or whatever, ZBrush has to load this every single time it kind of comes up and every time it's popping up the light box, and it will make ZBrush crash. So if you're suffering with lots of crashes and you've added any custom brushes in, you might want to consider like ripping out your custom brushes and putting them in the lightbox menu rather than the what do you call it? Let's just have a quick look. Zbrush Geo. Ah, wicked. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. It's like the orb cracks, but it's got a softer. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you fucker. Talking about this one here, the Geo brush. Oh, now that one's of interest. First sculpting, let's see if that possibly might speed up my first sculpting. Right then, that is my Incubus finished. Right then. Yep. Check. All in. Right, pre-process, decimate. Newtus, how are you doing? Good morning and thank you for joining us on stream today. What are you up to? Any nice plans for the day? Oops. Very, very good. We're just finishing the Incubus off. Oh, I'm just about to start another model actually. Is there anything in particular you were wanting to see? So we're going to grab the ruler now with the decimated model. Decimated model kind of standing in the scene, visible. Everything else hidden. Ruler's the active tool. We're going to set the... Yeah, sure, you're far away. So the ruler's 100mm tall. The model's pre-scaled to 32mm, which is from the bottom of the foot to the line of the eye when he was in a neutral pose. So if I just move the ruler there, you can see we've got 10, 20, 30, 31, 32. I think I lengthened his legs a touch, so it's a little bit bigger. So 32mm to the eye, so 35, 36mm to the top of the head, but still 32mm scale, so we're good. So we're going to take the 100mm ruler now. We're going to export this as 100mm on the y-axis, which basically makes the whole finger not relative scale. So this comes out 100mm. He will come out at the correct size, which is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 44mm tall to the top of the wing. yeah, starting a T-pose, pose them up and then do some modifications to the anatomy and stuff once they're posed. Sometimes I sculpt some details in situ. Like most of the clothing on this guy was sculpted after he'd been posed. And the only time I tend to do it before posing is if I need to keep symmetry on for anything. So if there's certain things I want to be symmetrical, just because it makes sculpting faster, then yeah, I'd leave it on. Otherwise, I'm quite happy sculpting stuff after the event and not posing first. Export to STL. So we're going to go miniature index, new folder, Incubus. And save. There we go. Right, so let's just hide my Incubus. Okay, now we're going to bring up the base mesh again. We're going to use this one for the Blacksmith. Okay, so I want to try and get this one laid out quite quickly, so we're going to go for quick, oops, let's go for some boots. Quickly, before I do anything else, we're just going to hack out the internal geometry, delete that, close holes. Auto group everything. Right, jobs are good and we'll leave them for now. Back to my blacksmith. I'm going to give him some trousers. So I'm going to mask off the legs to about there, just so they slightly overlap with the boots. I'm going to delete the internal geometry, delete hidden close holes, auto group. When you sculpt, how do you take into consideration the printability of the model? Well, luckily for you, I've been doing this for bloody ages. So I started sculpting miniatures 20 years ago. And I was doing them in green stuff. So I come at this from not as a professional model maker with academic background and video games and all that kind of stuff. I come at it as from a hobbyist who's been painting miniatures for 35 years. Basically learning on the fly and teaching myself the things I need to know. So everything I've done has been based around miniatures as a hobby. So I've painted probably thousands of miniatures over the years. I used to do Warhammer Fantasy and stuff. I've done loads of conversions and stuff, and obviously trying to get things to fit in. And there's just this like innate understanding you gain the more you do it of how, like, what's going to work. The problem is if you look online and you see a lot of these models where they're talking about, you know, the highest detail miniatures, and I sculpted in green stuff and Procreate and Milliput and stuff like that long before I ever picked up Zbrush. So, if you look at a lot of these guys, the companies are pimping out miniatures, like, you know, look at like Loot Studios and the other kind of big studios that selling stuff. They sell you these lovely renders of these super high detail miniatures, and they keep pitching that they are, you know, the highest detail models. Oh my god. And the highest detail models is not what you want for miniatures. So, do you know what? Let me link you to my website, actually, because there's an article on there that will be probably quite of interest to you, I think. There we go. Go to lionstower.com, and there is an article on here that I wrote, which is here in Hobby Tips about miniature scale. This one here, size doesn't matter. So if we have a look in here, obviously these are the picture here. We've got a halfling who's about just shy of 20mm tall. We've got a guy here who's about 38mm tall, big ass bear, and then we've got Ifrit the Thurian, who's like obviously a big demon. So despite being the same scale, they're all different sizes. The reason they're the same scale is because the level of detail is relatively the same. So the fur that I've done on his cloak there, for example, and the kind of detailing you've got on the armour, that same thickness of detail, the same density of fur and stuff would be the same across all models. So the fur on his collar is probably around about the same ballpark as the fur around this guy's neck, as her hair, as his hair. So obviously they're just longer and there's more of it on the bigger models. And a lot of people will talk to you about, you know, super detail, and you've got 12K printers now, and, you know, you can print all this fantastic detail. The reality of it is you can't paint it. Even if you get all of this beautiful detail onto a miniature, you even threaten it with a coat of paint, and most of that textures and detail and stuff is just going to disappear. That's if you can even paint it anyway, because it's so small. So there comes a point when you've actually got to stylise the models a little bit and kind of say, right, actually enough's enough. Let's stop there. Do you know what I mean? It's like, again, these models here as an example. Just zoom in on this. Yeah, exactly. You'll find these little details that were there in the thing. So this guy here, he has got a scar in his lip, and you'll get that in a miniature because it's about 3 inches wide if it was real. You have to exaggerate things to make them work. So these 3 guys, the reason I've picked these for this render is because they've all got chainmail on the models, which is the yellow bits. Cheers, Bunker. I'm not doing school runs today though. Haley's picking the kids up, so it's all good, but appreciated, mate. So yeah, so the chainmail on these 3 guys. So obviously there's a cavalry model at the back who's like a knight on a big horse. We've got this guy who's just like a human, and then we've got this guy who's an ogre. 3 different sizes of models, but they're all relatively the same scale, and you can tell that because things like the chainmail is a consistent size, the rings are fairly similar, and it's things like that that's going to help you to kind of like to gauge the scale. Let me just link this in the Twitch chat. So have a read of that in your own time if you like. It's hopefully an interesting read for you. But yeah, it's all to do with paring it back a little bit and knowing when to stop. And like I say, you know, super high detail is not always the way forward, and it certainly isn't when you're dealing with miniatures. And also, if anybody ever tells you that the miniature is 32mm and 75mm and 150mm, then they're just spouting shit at you, because again, that article will explain it, but you basically have to sculpt the scale in. So there's like minimum thicknesses and minimum sizes and things. So like a sword, for example, or a spear, usually you're going for like about a 1 to 1.2mm minimum thickness. That's just to make sure that A, it survives the printing, but also B, it's handleable. And if you see anything that's like below that, then it's not going to work. Now, if you take a 75mm scale model that's got a 1mm staff, which I've seen these things, by the way, I've seen people doing them, and then they scale that down to 32mm, you're halving the size, which means that 1mm diameter staff is going to be less than half a millimeter thick once it's down at 32mm, which means it's going to be like a wisp. So if you're going to sculpt a model at 32mm scale, you need to account for that when you're sculpting. And if you're not going to account for it when you're sculpting, then you need to go back and redress it afterwards and basically modify the model. So if they want to supply the model in 2 different sizes or 2 different scales, really, you want them to be going into those models and physically changing them. So I've got a couple of models. I did a larger scale ones that I'd run through Kickstarters, like pin-up type models, and I had a few people asking about getting them at 32mm. And what I've always said in those is basically I'll be happy to. They're sculpted at 75mm scale. You can probably reduce them down to about 54. You can definitely scale them up. But if you try and take them down to 32mm scale, I'm not going to guarantee they're going to work. They're not going to be. You're going to lose the quality and stuff. Yeah, I can imagine, to be honest. Yeah, in the old days, I don't know if you ever saw it, but the to make antennas on models, and this might be a little tip you might want to try. They used to take the sprue from a plastic model, you know, like a Games Workshop bit of sprue. You get a little tea light candle on your table. Hold your sprue above the tea light until it starts to melt, and just stretch it a little bit, like you know, like doing like sugar work. And you just pull and pull and pull and pull and pull until you get this like long wispy plastic antenna. And then when it's at the length you need, you can just break it off, snap it, cut it to size, stick it on the model, and you've got a big, long, flexible antenna that's not just going to snap off. So there's different ways of dealing with things, and obviously if you try and do everything in a miniature, then on a sculpt for 3D printing, then you might find yourself coming unstuck at some point. Certain times there's things that you just want to kind of just actually physically model and just make life a little bit easier, kind of thing. But okay, so there is the. Oh, sounds like we've got a thunderstorm rolling in. Absolutely pissing down out there now. Yeah, no worries, Dragon. Catch up with you later. Thanks for dropping in again today, mate. And so, always welcome on the server to be posting whatever you like. Thank you for the brown underpants, Elston. I'm still here. Not just yet, mate. Did you see the game box earlier? Let me show you now. So anybody who's new to the channel or hasn't seen it, here we go. This is our product render for Crystal Collapse. Oh no, this is a new one. This is fresh today. This one is. This is the updated one. So we've got the all the miniatures in there. We've got these columns, like support columns. The stackable terrain, so you can kind of use it for elevations. Because in the game, the elevations are like critically important. The models are a bit oversized, but we need them to be so you can actually see them on the. I think that'd be 40mm squares. They're actually on 32mm bases. So you can imagine they're about maybe about 15% smaller, 20% smaller than they are on there. But they are 40mm tall models. They'll be nice. They are nice to paint. So yeah, Bamut is on his way soon, hopefully. I should have him ready before the end of, I want to say August, end of October. Because when we get the campaign live, I want Bamut ready, as he's on the box and everything. I think people are expecting. Cheers, Notus. Yeah, so yeah. Well, they're not going to be available generally yet, but I'll square some up and get them ready for you. So it's a game we've been working on called Crystal Collapse. So I don't know if you've ever played things like Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre and those kinds of JRPG strategy games, but we've taken the essence of those kinds of games, put it into a tabletop game. Invested in some really nice artwork, got some nice models made up. But the important thing about the whole thing is the game's awesome. So a lot of these kind of games, when you see them online, what tends to have happened is you get a bigger company, they go and pick up an IP, and they think, oh, we'll make a game out of that, and then they cobble together a game that's like substandard, just as a means of throwing out a box game and then pushing it through Kickstarter, and then they drop it and it gets supported for the duration of the Kickstarter, and then you never hear about it again. So with this one, what we're going to be doing is a living story. So basically we have the game begins, then we have like the prologue and everything else that you play in the core game, the core box, and then we're going to give it 4 or 5 months or whatever, and then we're going to release season 1. And when season 1 comes out, it's going to be the next part of the story. Yeah, the next part of the story comes out, and then well, now's the time to be doing it. The longer you wait, the more the market becomes saturated, is the problem, isn't it? So yeah, so I say our where's my thing gone? There we go. So with ours, it's let me just sort this out. Oh, you just want to make one. Fair enough. Just do it then. You don't even have to have your own unique models, do you? You can kind of go miniature agnostic and just create a system if it's if that's something that floats your boat. So yes, so we'll roll out the season 1 anyway, and everyone will get the the opportunity to get the new set of models and the new campaign that all kind of help to tell the story for the next bit. And then what we'll be doing is we've got a website we're building where we're going to be asking you to kind of submit your battle results for each of the scenarios. So there'll be a series of key scenarios that are story points, and we're going to ask you to play them and then feed back to us, and then depending upon the results of the games, as in like what happens en masse generally, is going to affect the story canon. So if one character dies a lot, then we're going to kill them off in the story. If somebody acts particularly heroically, we may promote them into a hero or level them up or something like that. So we'll evolve the game and we'll evolve the characters with the input from how you guys have got on with the game. And then we've got a comic book artist who we're hoping is going to be available for the thing called August Nakamura. Max worked with him on the Nanolith comic. It works beautiful. So we're going to try and get Nakamura to do the comic book for us, so we can then tell the story that you guys have helped to write. So when we release the next season, we'll release the previous season's story as a kind of a graphic novel. So yeah, all grand plans anyway, so looking forward to it. Yeah, it's a lot of work. Definitely a lot of work, but I think it's unique in the market. Like, there's nothing else like that around, as far as I'm aware. And we want to get people engaged in it. Do you know what I mean? We want it to be something that people will play for a long time. It's not just something that you buy the Kickstarter and then kind of play it for a week with your mates and then forget about it. We want this, like, we can do tournaments with it. We can do friendlies. we've got the ongoing campaign, and then ultimately longer term is actually a tabletop game, like a war game. What we're going to do is we're going to level it up to upscale the game, so you'll have like units and regiments and things like that in it, or the option to use units and regiments rather. So yeah, a lot of work has gone into this, and we've had to kind of pare it back a touch and just say, like, you know, what are we going to deliver now, and what do we want to bring later? Yeah, absolutely. There's so many of them doing that, and they're just quick cash grabs for them, aren't they? So we don't want to be one of them. I'm listening to this rain and I haven't even bought a coat or anything down my office, so I'm going to have to, like, when I finish with this, if the rain hasn't eased off, I'm going to have to just sprint up and just cross my fingers and hope I don't get too drowned. We've also got to start keeping an eye on Dottie now, because it's getting to that time of year when she starts to hibernate. She's still eating at the moment, so I think she's quite ready to start thinking about it. But she got me worried last year because she didn't even go into hibernation until the end of November nearly. And the previous year she got into hibernation at the end of September, so she got two years late or whatever. Yeah, I mean, 2 months late, sorry. What's that then? It's your nephew bought an exclusive Kickstarter game for a bit of money and told him you probably won't find anyone who else has a game. Yeah, well, this is the thing, you know. Unless you're willing to invest in like multiple sets at times, you know, there's a lot of Kickstarters I've noticed where they do like a you know, buy an extra set for your mates kind of pledge. But we're looking at going to like actual retail with ours as well, though. So we'll be speaking to distributors. I think Max has already got some distributors on board for Nanolith. So we'll be speaking to those guys first and foremost. So we've got a list of retailers who are going to kind of, you know, be selling the game. But I think we need to. We've spoken about this already, but we need to make sure we've got a community there that can support us as well. So we need, like, you know, like Call Mini or Not. They have like they call them Legionnaires, is it, or something like that? And they can go out and promote the game, and they can run demos and stuff, and then they can earn money and stuff doing it. So we want to go the same kind of route and have, like, you know, people who will take the game to friendly local gaming stores and gaming clubs and stuff like that, and show it to people and do play tests and demo games, all that kind of business. And obviously having that level of support then means we've got the we'll have the network to be able to kind of, oh no, one page rule. It's just bastardised Warhammer, isn't it? If you're honest. They've literally just taken Warhammer, Necromunda, Age of Sigmar, 40k, all the Games Workshop IP. They've just taken all of that and they've just stripped out all the fluff and just cut it back to just bare rules. I kept hearing about it like they'd done something amazing, and when I actually looked at it myself, I was like, this is like actually just well, talking about one-page rules. Yeah, they've done nothing unique there. it's literally just a complete bastardisation of the Games Workshop systems. All of the Games Workshop systems. Even the armies they've done aren't unique to them. Do you know what I mean? They've just reformatted it and rebadged it in their own thing. Yeah, that's it. There's nothing original there. It's just simple, and I think the problem is people sometimes need simplicity, don't they? And the more complicated things get, and the more difficult it gets to understand. Like, there's no way I'd go back into 40k now. I used to play 40k years ago. I used to collect Elder, Tau, Blood Angels. Before I became sick of Space Marines entirely. What else did I have? I had some Imperial Guard for a while. That might have been it, actually. Yeah, I think that was it. That was pretty much all I had. I used to love my Tau though, and my Elder. But yeah, so like, I used to play it a lot, and then this was going back to, I don't even know what edition they're on now, but it was, I want to say it was the one where Black Templars kind of came out, and they did the core land speeder in the core box. Might have been later than that, but that was okay. I think I probably played it until about 5th then. I must have played it till about 5th. I played it when the Tau were out, and I don't think the Tau were out at that point. But like, one of my mates turned around to me the other day and said, like, you know, he'd like to get into 40k. He's been reading a lot of the Black Library books, and he's decided he wanted to kind of get into like the heresy stuff. And he's telling me all this stuff about it. I'm like, that's not what I remember about Space Marines. Like, not literally, nothing that he's telling me is like lore that I remember, that I recognise from when I played it. So they've clearly rewritten and changed everything in the meantime, and added loads of background to it and everything else. And just, it's such an alien world to me now. I don't think I could get back into it if I wanted to. It's too unfamiliar now. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I think I seem to remember just after, about the time I stopped playing, they started re-releasing codexes really rapidly, if I remember right, and it was like the stuff that I'd got was kind of becoming redundant again after I'd just purchased another rule book, and I was like, yeah, I'm not playing this game. This is stupid. And I think they were just trying to bleed you for money, weren't they, at that point? But there's an interesting article online that I read. I watched it recently. It was on a YouTube channel. Can't remember what the channel was now, but it was a really good video, and it was about this guy who was the product manager for Games Workshop around about 2016. And there was a point when Games Workshop were literally like days away from having to, or weeks away, sorry, from having to shut up shop and like stop trading because they were absolutely out of money. And I think the video was something like, you know, contrast paint save Games Workshop or something like that. And the guy who was in the video, he was talking about all this stuff. He was the ex Games Workshop staff. He was the product manager who kind of like was running the whole what do you call it, contrast paints initiative. And I think they called him something else at the time. And I think the name they used originally, I think was a better name for them. I don't think it even is a joke. I think you're probably right, to be honest, because it is one of those things. So many people were raving about it online, about how it's, you know, talent in a tub kind of thing. I think it probably did have a large bit to do with bailing them out. But he was saying about, like, they'd go out and they'd want to get clippers in the shelf. And they'd want products that they could rebrand, so like they'd just stick skulls and shit all over it. And oh yeah, you can get Norn oil really wrong. Like it's not suitable in all environments and all purposes. But well, the paints are the one thing that you're constantly needing, aren't they? And I'm sure they made the paints dry up faster on purpose at one point, because like even until a couple of years ago, I had tubs of paint from the 90s, like the original kind of like plastic flip lid ones, in the round tubs. I had a couple of them. I might still have them kicking around actually, but like I had these paints that were still usable. But then the next edition of the paints, where they put them in those weird little hex pots with the screw lids, you try and find anybody who's got any of them that are viable now, it's like not going to happen. Like they're just not there. There's no what happened to my little screen up here? Oh. That's what I did there. Yeah, do you know, I had an absolute bastard of an accident the other night. I was, you know, I didn't wet myself or anything, but I was sitting there at the dining table in the living room painting, and we've got a big patio door right next to where our dining table is. We've got these huge, great big heavyweight curtains, really expensive ones that were hanging up in the thing, and the curtain's been pulled to, been closed because it was late. So I'm painting this model, and I got one of my Vallejo like Prussian blue. So I get this blue out, shake it up, tip it upside down, I'm squeezing it, and I'm like, oh shit, nothing's coming out. And I made the critical mistake, I don't know if you've ever done it, if the paint doesn't come out, unblock it with a needle or something like that, do not try and squeeze harder. So I squeezed harder, and my arm was on the table, and this fucking great big blast of blue paint shot sideways out of the dropper end and hit my arm. So like it's about 1.5 foot away. So it just blasted up my arm, and I was like, shit, you know, straight across the table. So I ran over and got some wipes, and I'm like cleaning up my arm and wiping up the table and stuff like that. And then I sat there and I glanced over my shoulder, and I started sweating. And I just saw big spatters of blue paint all over the curtains, and I was like, oh shit, I'm dead meat if that doesn't come out. So I had to like get got one of these like upholstery cleaners, you know, the Dr. Beckman upholstery cleaner bottle kind of thing with like a scrub of foam brush thing on the end. I'm like, oh my god, you know. And I ended up spending the next 25 minutes not painting models, but scrubbing paint off my curtains. So yeah, so it was fun. So yeah, you got to be careful with dropper bottles for that reason. But I find the older ones I've got are tending to be they're getting a little bit blocked up now. So it's becoming a little bit of an issue. Guys, just give me a second. I've got a call coming in. Oh, back. Hey, Mike, how you doing, mate? Happy hump day to you too. Yeah, I've totally done that. I've actually got this little. I bought an airbrush cleaning kit ages ago, and one of the things that came in it is this little. It's like a little brass cylinder, and it unscrews in half, and inside it's got a really sharp needle, but it's like the end of the blade is like the end of the needle is like sliced in half, so it's got a flat edge to it. It's really, really good for getting for popping into the end of a dropper bottle and twisting around to kind of unblock it. I don't know what it's supposed to be used for cleaning paint, for cleaning an airbrush, but it certainly works really good for opening up a dropper bottle. What are you up to at the moment, Mike? You working on anything nice at the moment? Oh, you can use all sorts of things, can't you? I mean, any kind of just sewing needle will do the job, really. But bit of a paper clip maybe, but a broken out paper clip. Day job stuff. Mike, I tell you what, I need to have a little chinwag to you and see if there's I've got a little project. I want to try and find a few people to kind of get in on. It's just like a little collaboration type thing. I don't know if you got capacity, if you'd be interested. I think something we can kind of like collectively work on and throw out as a Kickstarter and just split the profits even, Stevens. Sweet. I'll ping you a message about it later. I'll send you some details over and let you know what we're thinking. See if it's still something that floats your boat. Hopefully it should be quite simple stuff that we're looking to be doing, but hopefully it'll be something that we can, you know, kind of do quite well with. Bloody ruler again. Awesome, mate. So I'll get some stuff squared up for you so you can see what I'm talking about. AAW? Who's AAW again? I'm suffering from lack of sleep last night and Rise of the... I don't think I saw that one even, mate. Do you know, it's terrible to say, but I've got my head in the ground as far as what most other people are doing. I'm so focused in on my own stuff. I don't really know what's going on in the world. Adventure a week. Ah, right. I've showed it off a load of times on the stream already, but I'm guessing you've only just arrived, so I'm going to show you again. This is the game I've been working on. If you've seen any of my recent streams, or I've been making the minis for it. This is our latest kind of coming to Kickstarter soon project. So I'm working with Max from Woodpecker Games. It's a freelancer, but he works for Woodpecker. We're going to they did a Kickstarter for Nanolith, which is like a cyberpunk kind of tabletop game. So we've done this one together. So Max has done all the rules and the play testing and stuff, and I've helped him with some of the rules and the concepts and the character story and stuff like that. And I've also done all the minis. We've had a couple of good artists, well, one good artist working on all the artwork for us. We've got various different kind of stat cards for the different characters. We're using like standard playing cards, but we're going to be publishing a deck that's got all the nice artwork on it, so it's not all gone to waste. And this is our core box game. So that'll be our next project release. Sometime around October, I believe, hopefully. Do I make the blacksmith have hair, or do we do him bald? What do you think? Cheers, dude. Yeah, I'm really pleased with how it's kind of come together, actually. So we've had Max has got a great team who he works with. So we've got Esteban, who's done all the graphics presentation stuff for us. He's done a brilliant job. We've got Alex, who does the artwork. We've got Fabian, who's like on the marketing side of things. He's going to be helping us to like run the Kickstarter and get everything prepped and primed. But Nanolith had like literally one of the best Kickstarter campaigns I've seen. Not in terms of like it did about 250k or something like that. So I'm not talking about from a monetary point of view, but in terms of like their actual physical presentation and their approach to it and the way they run the campaign and stuff, like one of the best I've seen. So yeah, definitely looking forward to working with the guys on it and making it happen. Yeah, it's not. It is nice to know I'm not doing it all myself as well, because like every project I've ever done has been a solo thing. So this is the first time I've actually done something where I've worked with somebody. Well, so successfully worked with somebody. I think you've had one of those kind of projects as well, haven't you? It's just not working out. So yeah, like I say, it's nice to have a team that you know you can rely on. Yeah, I don't remember all the details of yours, but it was Nikki, wasn't it, you were working with, I think. Oh, I know what I've done. Oh, I'll set the bloody brush to set that as smoothing. I hate it when that happens. God. Yeah, it's not good, is it, when other people let you down and leave you hanging. You've got to kind of, you know, go into a project with your expectations met and your workload shared. Does your wife get nervous sweats every time you mention Kickstarters now? I thought I heard someone in the garden. It's raining out there. I thought, nah, that can't be her, but I've just seen moving around in the house. Oh, what was that? So you sculpted half the minis, you designed all of them, sculpted half of them, did all the graphics, copy advertising, customer service, fulfillment, basically everything else. And when you told him you were part, and he was expecting half the money, yeah. God's sake. Yeah, that's not on, is it? Tell you about my little failed project at some point, but well, I'm not gonna go into it on air, but I'll tell you about it later, Mike. Right, so he needs like an apron, doesn't he, for a blacksmith? And also massive hands. Oh god, that's my knuckles cracking, that was. Yeah, we had... My one ended up with marital problems off the back of it as well. Lots of stress and aggro. There you go, he's got big fat forearms because he's swinging a hammer all day. Which one do I need? Sculpt library. I'm hoping we've got it sorted for ours. We've got obviously the guys at Nanolith, they've got resources in Germany, people to use over there. I don't know, mate. I know what you're saying. I think it's still unrealistic to expect that just sculpting is half the work and you get half the money for it. It's not a thing. But what I would say is definitely like any kind of partnership arrangement needs a contract so that everything's outlined and detailed properly. I found that out the hard way in the past as well. You know, outline everybody's responsibilities and the expectations and the deliverables and stuff like that. Everything needs to be like documented and written down and signed, so that there's no oh, I thought that was your job, I thought you were doing that, you know, I thought that was taken care of, or whatever else. And then obviously at the end of it, the money side of things is taken care of and handled and allocated out. It's one of them, isn't it? Once you've been burned once, you're not going to go and make the same mistake again. Or hopefully not, at least. Well, the thing is, in the past, you might have been dealing with people you knew more closely, because, like I say, a lot of the games industry and stuff like that, hobby industry, was quite localised. Like when I first started doing sculpting, trying to break into any companies was really tough. Like if I wanted to work for Reaper, I needed to be in North America. If I wanted to work for Games Workshop, I had to be in Nottingham. And there was all these kind of things, and there wasn't that much option around, and you know, you didn't have the same kind of like choice and thing as you got these days for different companies. And there was no internet. You know, this makes me sound really fucking old now, but there was no internet when I was doing this to start with. So obviously you're having to send portfolios via email and do telephone calls and travel to meetings and things like that. You had to put the legwork in if you wanted to get into the industry. Mate, tell me about it. I feel it sometimes, you know. So you end up doing all this kind of like legwork to try and like get the jobs, and it was hard going. And then obviously now we got social media and you can connect with people quite easily. It was a much simpler affair then, than it was then. So your options are better now. But yeah, back then it was hard going. And I did like little bits of commission work for years, just like little dribs and drabs and stuff. And companies just came and went because it was difficult. I'd say marketing your business was really tough. Oh my god, the kids are on the bloody trampoline. It's chucking with rain. The trampoline weighs about 10 tons because it's full of water. Like, I always worry when they jump on that. It's kind of like our trampoline is it's buried in the garden. So it's flush with the grass, but there's a 4-foot hole under the trampoline for it to like obviously bounce into and whatever. And I always worry when the kids are doing that the trampoline's just going to tear apart one day and they're going to fall down this like, hole and be trapped. And when it's been raining like this, it kind of fills up as like a pond. You wouldn't want to fall in it. How's that? You feel when I say my day, I refuse. Sorry, I was reading too. In my day, you bought 1 mini, didn't care what metal it was made from, and painted it with whatever paint you had. Well, yeah, that's true. That's it, you go into the hobby store, you look around, and all you had was like Grenadier and Citadel miniatures and a few Reaper ones and whatever else. I used to love the Reaper ones, I used to really look forward to like the new Reaper releases and things. And Ralpartha, yeah, as well. And then Confrontation was my favourite. And we used to play a game called Void. I don't know if you guys ever saw that, if you ever remember it. It was like an alternative to 40k. Is he really on that trampoline? Give me a sec, guys. Lunatic. No, not trampoline police. I was trying to find out what he's doing. He's gone and he's got a project, not a project, a homework task where he's going to do some like extreme reading. And he's always out there doing like somersaults and stuff on the trampoline. So we were going to try and get like a couple of photographs or something of him like doing a somersault on the trampoline whilst reading a book. So you got to try and like stage a photo. So yeah, so it's quite a funny one for him to have to do. But he's gone out there now. He can't even jump on the trampoline. He can't get more than like a foot off the ground because it's so heavy with water. So he's just had to go in because he's failed. Do you know, I always used to like the smell of them. I did. You know, when you open a new box of models, I don't think you really get it anymore. We used to open a box of models and it had like the lead minis and the like Games Workshop. You used to have like you used to buy a box of models from them, and you'd have a load of metal models, and they'd be in that like little polystyrene tray inside a box, and the tray had like 2 small compartments and a big compartment. And sometimes you get 2 of them together if it was like a box of 10 models or whatever. But there was always a smell that you got with them when you open the box, and it was quite a pleasant kind of like smell that let you know you were getting into some hobby goodness. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't necessarily a nice smell, but it was just the smell that you associated with hobbying. I haven't had that in ages now. Polystyrene cement, that was another one. That's another smell that always like nostalgic hobbying smell. Do you know, I don't think I've ever had any kind of like rotted metal. I've still got some metal Lord of the Rings minis kicking around somewhere. I sold most of my collection. I used to have a massive, great big Lothlorien elf force that was all metal. And I had like all the... I used to collect that magazine. The... what's the bloody company called that does all the magazine releases? They did Lord of the Rings one anyway, and you got a new model every kind of issue. yeah, that's it. New cast full of hobby minis. Yeah, I haven't got any models from the late 80s anymore now, but I started painting models. I was 5 years old, born in 83. It's been about 1988 or something like that. 89 possibly. But it was the first thing I ever got was Hero Quest. Original Hero Quest. No, it wasn't White Dwarf. It was D'Agostini. You know, the D'Agostini kind of books. A bit like what they're doing, like what Games Workshop do now when they release the. You get a book with like a magazine with a little bit of hobbying stuff in there and a little campaign and some painting tutorials and stuff, and you get a miniature or some plastic sprue fixed to the front of the pot. It was the same kind of thing but run by D'Agostini, and you used to get the Lord of the Rings minis. So let's find this bugger's hammer. I've got a blacksmith hammer somewhere, so I'm just going to use that. I'm just going to drag it in. I don't know if it's called Part Works, but it was something like that. It was a similar kind of thing, yeah. And so I used to get a new model every other week or something like that, and then you'd have a little tutorial on how to paint that one. And I don't even know what I'm looking for now. I think I've called it Warhammer. This is the problem though. Your assets folder gets so massive. Could be that one. Oh, that's not it. that is a Skyrim Elven Warhammer that I imported at one point to try and like copy the thing, but I don't think I have. I don't think I have actually, mate. Do you know, it might be a low tool job. No, that's definitely not the blacksmith hammer I was looking for. God, they're doing all sorts, aren't they? Hammer. Ah, I know I can't find it. I'm looking in the wrong component library. That was the one. Yeah, this is the thing, isn't it? Like, my brother had like going back again. My brother had the Robot Wars magazine, and you used to get all the components to build like a little robot, week after week after week. And it ends up like, yeah, you start off at 99p for the first one, and then about £7 or £8 an episode after an issue afterwards. But yeah, we ended up with like a ridiculous amount of these magazines and stuff, and he just lost interest in it because it like takes so long to come. He cancelled the subscription, and he still carried on sending the magazine like without actually charging for it for like about a year and a half afterwards. And it's like it's still turning up, it's still coming. There's like all these different shells and modifications and stuff for this like this robot that you'd made. Right. That might be a bit big for him. I'm going to have to go back up the house and finish up in a second because he's got a PTA meeting this evening. Again, if you missed my warning earlier on, if you've got young kids and you're going to send them to school at some point along the line, somebody's going to try and convince you to join the PTA. You make sure you tell them no and run for the hills because it is a cult. They take your time, they take your money, they take your input, and they give you nothing in return. It's like you said, you got 4 and you've always said no. That's it. You've got to say no, haven't you? You can't. The minute you say yes, they've got you. I mean, Haley ends up doing like the school summer fair, the Christmas fair, the cake sales, uniform sales, bloody everything, man. She ends up getting roped into all of it. She just can't say no. And then the problem is then she's made friends with everybody on the PTA. So like, you're letting down your friends and if you don't turn up and do stuff. Critical mistake. There's always one, isn't there? Always one who just can't get their head around the nature of the school environment. Yeah, I forget sometimes we've got multiple component libraries. And that certain things exist in some that aren't in others. Yeah, no worries, Mike. I might not be here when you get back anyway, because I've got to go and, wrap up and go and take the kids over so Hayley can go and go to PTA. To the cult. So guys, I should be back tomorrow with more streaming, hopefully. No, I don't always do a Thursday, but I think I've got capacity tomorrow. So I'm going to put the let's divide that a couple of times. Let's just do a quick save. I'm definitely going to have to knock it on the head, guys. I'll finish this guy off tomorrow. So we've got the, let me just show you what we've done. So we've got the Incubus today. So Incubus is complete. And then we've got the Blacksmith. So for this month we've got the Vrock, we've got the, oh, actually I still need to pose. Let's go through them. They're not in this file, are they? Of course they're not. We've got the Vrock, we've got the the Incubus, we've got the Blacksmith, we've got the where are we at? How have I possibly lost? Ah, there they are. There we go. A halfling baker and an imp with an infernal contract. So we've got these two, we've got the other two, and we've got the rocks. So tomorrow I'll do a few more rocks. We'll get try and get 3 of them done at least. So they're all sculpted, they just need posing. Try and get at least 3 of them done. And then I'm going to go and do, what do we call it? Shield dwarfs, 3 shield dwarfs I've got to do. So they're all civilians like these guys, so I should manage to get them done in the same time. And then that'll be the month's offerings done. And then I've got a few bits to kind of retrospectively attack. Then we're going to go back in time a little bit, and we're going to go back to the what do we call it now? Elsong Tavern. That's what it's called. So we'll do the Elsong Tavern, and then we're going to go and get the. Let's see where my thing is on Frontiers actually. That was up there. So guys, again, just up onto Frontiers on the front page, second row. Well, the front ones are the popular ones, which are obviously got sponsorships and stuff, which is why they're up there. If you go onto the first row of stuff there, first row of Kickstarters, first row of Frontiers, you've got my one over here, $1,100 raised. If you're interested in having a little look at it, Descent into Avernus Season 1. Everything for Chapter 1 of Descent into Avernus is on there. So we'll have a little click into there, I'll show you what it is. So we've got like basically all the miniatures you need to play Descent into Avernus. So if you've been playing Baldur's Gate on PC or whatnot, it's the same setting. Descent into Avernus begins in Baldur's Gate, So you've got all these NPCs. I don't even know if they're in the video game or not because I've not played it, but got a whole bunch of character NPCs sculpted, ready to go. And then these are the guys I've got to do still, the additional ones. Not all of them, but some of these guys. Because these are like characters who are basically just patrons in the tavern, for the most part. So most of the critical things and the encounters and the combat encounters are all made, so they're all in there. Tons and tons and tons of models. If you buy the entire pledge, it's 230 miniatures. And they're all unique sculpts as well, so you're not even dealing with like duplicates or anything. Just all unique stuff. So go and have a little look, have a browse. If it kind of thing that suits you, then jump on board and get involved. And otherwise, let me just have a little check and see who's on to raid you out to. I imagine Mike's finished by now because it's after 4 o'clock. He's normally done about 3:30ish, 4. Yeah, Red Straw Baby, let's go see her. Well guys, we're going to go raid Red Straw Baby. Let's go say hello to Maya. Again, thank you all for joining me today. Thank you for the chinwags and the chats and the company today. Oh, Mike, we're just dumping out, mate. I'll send you a message on off stream, mate. Okay, I was going to go and raid Red Straw Baby. She's like obviously doing some cool drawings on stream. So go and have a little look, say hello, and I'll catch up with you all hopefully tomorrow. So catch you later, taters. Adios, peoples. Bye bye. Cheers, Paint. Cheers, Dragon. You take it easy, guys. Catch you later.